Okay, let me sort that out a little bit. But how are you all doing today? Hope you're doing good. It's been a hot minute, hasn't it? Um, as you can see, I had to get my setup all put back together, and at the moment we're at my painting desk. Due to me not having a proper um, my computer's not set up properly. Neither's my sort of streaming system. But may as well get straight into it, as you can see. So here we have, a bit of models. I've been getting into this a little bit since my last streams. Been doing Warhammer quite a bit. Um, I've currently got all my custodians packed away in a in my case because I've got a game in the morning. However, some of my works I don't really have examples, but it's been a while since I've last streamed, so I've done quite a lot of painting. As you can see here, I've got all my models primed and ready. I'm going to be working on Hale, see if I can't get a style down. My next model is going to be Valdor, which is I got a million different bits for and a massive base. But Finn is here as well. He's still nice and happy, getting a lovely pet right now. Actually, I can probably grab a quick model. So here is one of my works that I've worked on. See if I can get a better angle or light shot at this guy. Here he is. One of my works, lovely Valdor. Not Valdor. Trajan Valoris. It took me a little while to do. The face was very painful to try to get done. But I'm just gonna pop him back and I'll just get started. I'm gonna pop. Let's see, do I have any music I can pop on as well? I do not. Oh no, my sound systems are all over the place. I apologise for that. I'll pop you there. Move you over there. No. Right. Can I turn this computer screen? Will you let me turn my screen, please? No, because one of the power cables caught on something. So I'm just trying to turn my PC screen, but it seems to be caught on something. There we go. Okay. We'll get back to it. So what I'm going to be trying to do, this guy's using a contrast gold. See, I've got these ones, and I've got the speed paint ones, which I can't really grab because it's behind a big cacophony of paints. As you can see, quite like them. So I'm going to try old gold out on this guy. Can always strip him if it goes wrong. I've got my lovely palette here, which I'm just scraping out some dry paint from, because it's yeah. Give the paint a good shake. Oh no, I didn't have the lid on properly. That's not ideal now, is it? Just clean that quickly. That's a great start. I've lost a good chunk. I say lost a good chunk. A couple drops of paint. clean this lid out. It's got a bunch of paint in. Oh god, it's all chunked up at the bottom as well. That'll have to do, won't it? Yeah, that'll have to do. Right. Let's get some drops in there. Okay, I think we'll start at his feet and work our way up. I like to work a lot in sub-assembly, especially when it's character models like this. You know, since I've stopped streaming, I've stopped playing League. It's just I keep getting very angry, and very toxic with it. I don't even have it installed on my current computer, especially because of reasons. But yeah, I don't have League installed. It's just get very toxic playing it. But recently I've been playing a bit of Borderlands 4. Um, I've completed the story. Brought onto Mode 5. Just pushing through some of the side quests. Okay. I kind of like that, you know? Tip off some access. I'm trying to avoid the parts I want to paint leather. That's been quite tricky at the moment because this stuff is like... It's weird, so it spreads quite easily, but it's not as... It's not as thick as GW contrasts, but it's not as fluid as um, other stuff. Yeah, it's just not as speed paint, that's it. I'm a painter. Just trying to get these nice, make sure these nice little bits are done. So what I'm doing now is these little side leg panels. So I'm just trying to get under them and around them. Okay, that should be good. You've got these little pouches on the back. I think I'll just go over them with Monfang Brown, then shaded highlight. I'm not going to do any sort of special blending or metallic blending. Not that skilled. The hard part I think I'm going to have here is when I've got to do the cape. One thing that helps as well, if I go over stuff in contrast, it helps really make me see where the heavy amount of shade should be. Okay, that's looking good. I do quite like that old gold. It makes it feel a bit different. Get this one coat on. One thing I've got to watch out for is as this dries, right, some of the things, thinner parts might recede and leave little white bits about. Yeah, there's one there. Already on that armor panel I've done. I'm dreading to do his head because there's a few things about it. Like whenever I do heads, I just use contrast paints. With how dark this is, I wonder if just a dry brush of Liberator Gold would work. Yeah, maybe a dry brush of Liberator Gold. Maybe, I think it's just maybe a shade darker than Retributor, so Retributor might work as a heavy dry brush. Unless I just do a slight gentle dry brush, like a very tippy top with silver. Okay, we'll see how that dries. Let's give you a bit of a view. Here's it so far. Oh, here it is so far. Now turn around. Let's see. Let's do one of his arms next. Okay. Let's do the back side of it. There's his elbow, not elbow, flipping armpit. If I can get a grip of it. Oh no, I've accidentally cut a little bit too much on this thing. So on this right, it's meant to be like fully round. Yeah, meant to be fully round, but as you can see, I've cut a tiny bit off the top by accident. Oh no, that's not ideal, is it? However, this is the one that holds the helmet, this arm, so it's probably something I can make a workaround for. Okay, there we go. Pop that arm there. Let's get the other arm. I've got a 40k game tomorrow, so I'd like to try get this guy done, but I doubt it's going to happen. You know what? I wonder if I could make this do this on top of a light grey prime. That might make it really, really dark as well. Might give it a rich, maybe a colder looking colour, maybe. No, I don't think it'll be cold. It'll just be a dark gold. No, I need to wait for that to dry before I can continue. That's going to be about 20 minutes, 10 minutes. Put that down. Yeah, one of the things when working with sub-assemblies, unless I pin it somehow, I can't really get out all the details while holding it. But yeah, I wonder if I do this on top of grey. I think it's going to make it a bit darker. So it's more like a... Hmm, I don't know. Actually, I've got to get you on this side. One of the best things I like to do is paint the areas that you're not really going to see. That way, just in case when I do glue it all back together, a part pokes through, it's painted. However, doing it on top of plastic's a bit weird, but this is resin, so you use super glue, so it's not too much of an issue. take off some of the excess on the on this. So you can see where the eye is, and that's going to be very tricky to paint. Okay. Now, I kind of wonder this guy's fingers, his weapon's fingers. See, if I were to use this guy in 40k, my plan is to use him as a blade champion or Valerian. Um, just because he'd probably fit the model better. But I probably can't use him in anything in an official capacity. Okay, there's his fingers. I don't know how I'm going to do the weapon. I'll have to come back to it. But I'm probably going to do a different gold to what I'm doing compared to him. Pop that over there for now. Got his head, then that weapon there. So these two weapons can be put to the side for now. He's got his base and his head. Where is it? There you are. Let's see, let's just pop it over there. Right, this is going to be tricky, right? So, because it's just one big bald head. Oh, right. Okay, okay, that's fine. I like how that's coming out. Just get a bit of paint there on his, spread a bit to his ear there. There we go. Make sure to the flesh goes around these pipes because it seems like the flesh goes into the pipes. How about his beard? I don't want to keep it bright white, so I don't need this anymore. However, what I will need is a drop of this gold to put on his back here. There we go, do that. Right, just pop him over there. Just check, how are you doing? Can probably start holding this a little bit. Yeah, start holding you a little bit so I can start doing the rest. And then we'll just take off the excess. There we go. Alright. That just about does it for the gold armour. What I need to do next is dry brush. I'll give my brushes a clean in the morning, using brush soap. Right, let me think. So I've got Liberator Gold and Silver. I don't think this needs shading. I really like how the shades come out on it naturally. So I can do put them to the side while I think about it. I might put some music on in the background. Have a quick sip of my coffee. See, this base, I've got no idea where to start with, So, it's steps. He's coming down these steps, right? And I can do them stone steps, maybe marble steps. It's quite destroyed, quite rugged. What does this box art look like? There's my phone as well. Nope. The box art shows it as stone, you see? Like a grey stone. But the rest of my custodians are all on outdoors. It's tough to say, really. Right, and I'd start in a quick minute, so that's going to be about a couple seconds. That'll be a minute. I'm just going to have a quick drink and have a think about it. See if I can't put some music on. Okay, let's do this. So if I do this, put you on, let's go to music. Okay, that works. Can pop you there. Then if I do that, there we go. That'll work. Maybe a bit less. go. Just dab that. I'll brush it off on this bit of paper towel here. I want this one very light. Let's see. Let's take a quick look. Say if I just brush it over this little panel here. Okay, I think I see how that comes out. I'm going to do this just to catch the raised areas a little bit, give them a tiny bit of brightness contrast as well. There's not much coming off the brush, but that's fine. All this does is add a slight little tone shift on it. Same if I do it on this as well. Kind of helps blend all the colours together a little bit as well, actually. There we go. Quickly wash this off. While washing this off, give the silver a quick shake. There we go. Don't want a heavy amount of silver on this. Ooh, I kind of like how that comes out. Try to do it very lightly. So I want to catch just that. There we go. Catch just that. Oh, I really like how that's coming out actually. Using such a bright silver and such a dark gold. I really like that. And because the gold's so different to the other stuff I use. Just do a very light dry brush on here. Oh. Some of the pools haven't fully set, but that's fine. Now for this helmet. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm kind of just dry brushing in one direction downwards to help simulate that light a little bit as well. There we go. Can put his base to the side for now. Go. Give that brush a quick wash off. I don't think the Liberator Gold works, but it did help kind of bring the colour a little bit together. But then the silver brush just finished it up. Let me grab one of my other most current custodies I've done. Here we go. So if I do that, here is one of my shield captains. Under this light, as you can see. This is his armour. It's quite a bright gold. Now, if I put this guy next to it, you can kind of see the difference as well. How the gold looks a little bit richer. But yeah, it still gets a nice bright highlights on it. Okay, I do quite like that. Just gonna pop that back in there. Alright, now I need to let this fully dry. It's going to take a couple of minutes. Right, put that out the way for now. So what I need one of my next models to do, probably once I've done this guy, is either going to be Trajan, the Infinite, or it's going to be my absolutely gigantic. Let's just do this quickly. Or my gigantic Faldor model. Oh god. So when I say gigantic, oh, his foot goes there. Nope. Yeah, he doesn't have his cape on, so doesn't really have the balance, as you can see. But that is that base is just pure resin. It is a hefty. Oh, it's going to be lovely. Trajan the Infinite. One of the things I need to do before I start him though, I need to get the base done a bit, and I'll need to magnetize it. So I'll probably be putting a magnet in here and on there. So this will just click on like so. Same with this. Magnet on there, magnet on the bottom there. This will just slide in like that. Then they'll both click together. They'll click on like that. And then this part, we'll need some magnets in, and it'll just click on like that. And there's your full Trajan Valorous base. But yeah, he's got so many different parts to him. He's got his main body. He's got so many different little parts to him. So you got his main body, little wings and stuff, which will go onto his arm like that. You've got, what I've done, I've glued the hand to his web. Did I glue this on? You know what? No, this comes together, doesn't it? So his weapon and his arm come together. But then there's this big hole in his thing. That is for this like weird sort of dragon head, like weird monster dragon head to go on to. It's interesting, because I don't know how I'm going to do the bone. Do I make it like a white ivory bone, or a gritty sort of dark brown sort of look? I don't know yet. But yeah, one of the other things I need to do is finish up him, start doing his base. Just needs a little gloss varnish and then some powdered snow. And It got to do these little daggers for some of my Custodes Terminators. If I could, that doesn't look like it, but they've got a tiny bit of detail work left on them to do. Such as the rivets, which I like to do silver. And then there's like a little, sort of like a little line on them, which I like to get done in gold. But the models, like I say, are currently packed away for a game. And at the moment, there's also this guy. He has been sat on my desk for a little while now. And as you can see, oh god, got his legs here, kind of stepping forward. He goes on. I've got his arms and massive shoulder pauldrons over here. Like, look at the size of these things. Yeah, he's one of my next side projects I'm doing. I know you may have spied, if anyone's watching, some sprues just on my side over here. These ones here. These are some Aldaria ones, some Howling Banshees that came with my magazine subscription, of which I have yet to build. In fact, I've got a bunch of them yet to build. Well, the next things I'm going to do with this guy, actually I noticed, I just saw that, I missed in there, is I will be doing some silver details. So some of his silver details are going to be, do I do the silver now? Yeah, I've got the silver out. It'll be stuff like his little, so some of the silver details I've got to do with this guy. It's going to be his little chest pipes here. Going round, I'm going to do his iron halo silver. So I'm going to keep the eagle gold. I'm going to make these little exhausts silver. Got his head helmet. So I'm going to be making his faceplate silver. Doesn't want to focus, does it? There we go. Going to make his faceplate silver. I need to get that tiny little gap there, just in between his fingers. It's going to be tricky. Then after that, see if I can't get you a good view of his face. Yeah, so as you can see, I've still got his face to do. Got some pipes and such. He's got his beard. I don't know if I'm gonna. I like to shade it, but I don't know if I've got the right. I do have the right shade actually. I can probably do that now. This one's gonna take a bit of shaking though. I think I'm gonna do his beard now. Because I need that. I need to let that gold set. Make sure that gold set a little bit longer. You know, if anyone's there, I'd like some feedback if the stream's too loud or not. I'm still shaking this, by the way. Oh, Finn's dreaming. Hello, Finn. Right there. Oh, he's gone belly up. He wants a belly rub. He always wants a belly rub. Who's a good boy? You're a good boy, aren't you, Finn? Take you for walks in the morning, okay? No, Finn, don't get up. You don't need to do a big stretch. Let's see, shift a bit more. Yeah, this this brush is likes to split a little bit. It's a bit awkward to work with from time to time. So if I shade it, this is a very light grey, so I wonder how well this will work. Go on, camera. Doesn't want to set focus on it, does it? So I think the grey shades actually worked quite well. Might put it on a little bit too heavy on, like, because it's filled up to the side a little bit. On in his face, so if I just quickly just tidy some of that up a little bit. There you go, just like that. Now that the actual head's dry as well, I can probably finish doing this little gold little skirt just around the back of his head. What I'm working on is not particularly a part you're going to see because it's going to get glued down in the onto the neck. However, there's always that chance if you look closely and look onto the model, you know, you can see it. Just a single pipe from this side here, so it's going to be gold as well. There we go. Let's close this before I accidentally knock it over. So because I'm applying the paint so thin at the moment, there isn't really much need for me to, well, I know people say thin down your paints, but at the moment, because I'm using contrast and a lot of layer paints, I don't think I need to. However, if I do use base paints, I will thin it down, which, if we get time, I'll show you what I do with my purples. Okay, I'm going to be a bit careful here because I don't really want to disturb or can't get any of this silver on the cold. I'll also need to shade this silver later. One reason why people use black is that way they'll just do a bunch of dry brushing and the model comes out fine. But as you can tell, I've not started it black, I've started it white. I think the next colour I'll do after this would be maybe more, yeah, I'll do my browns after this. Yeah, I'll do my browns after this. I think that'll be nice. But if I do that and I mess up, I'll have to go back. That works either way, doesn't it? Yeah, I'll do browns after this rather than purple. There it goes, to get that silver on there. Redo the point. Now start on his iron halo. So I'll do his front side first. Then I'll look at working on the inside. So because of how bright silver is, it's very difficult to edge highlight. So that's why people tend to use like a dark version of the silver, then dry brush or highlight using the actual bright silver, which is not a bad idea, especially because I've got this really dark metallic I like to use. You know, now that I've painted it, I see I've missed some of the resin work off to take off on the middle here. So on his box art, his halo I'm doing now was actually gold. But one reason why I'm doing it silver now is just, I think it helps break up the colour a bit more. Makes him look a little bit more busy, if you catch my drift really. so it makes them look a little bit more busy, so it catches the eye a bit more. See, I need to do some more work on that inside there. I'm not pro painter by any means, but when you've been doing it for nearly a year, you do pick up little tips, tricks. You kind of, you know, you get your own experiences. You kind of know what you like and don't like. As I've tried my hand at blending, like dry blending and wet blending, I'm really bad at it. So I like to do a bit of airbrush blending, so that way you get the paint really, really thin, and then I do a very light airbrush of below the airbrush really. But when I do that, I've got to be careful, because if I overspray, it's going to be messing up quite a bit of parts. You know what? I know exactly what I'm going to do next. Actually, I'm not going to do brown. I'm going to do black. So such like a drop or two. But it's stuff like his Under Armour. And exhaust vents I like to do at the back here. Okay, let's take a close look at this with my own eyes. Okay. Bit too much up here on that brush there. Let's just take some excess off. And we'll just keep working that round. One thing as well, you may have noticed, you may be asking, oh, why put it on his back? Well, one thing is, it also helps, oh boy, break up the back as well, as there's not much detail as there's not too much to put on the back. Like, there's no cape or anything on his back. He's just got like a sort of a waist cloak, yeah, something like those, what are they called? Camas. Do you know, a bit like what the clone troopers wear? Okay. Give that brush a quick clean. So, give you guys a quick view. So, as you can see here, I've done his silver pipes. I've done his iron halo up here. And I've done these little exhaust ports on the back. My next will be to do this little faceplate on here. This was going to need a little bit more concentration, because I've got to work around the fingers here, and then the eyelid. Well, yeah, I'll say the eyelid, the eye hole. Just cause I want to avoid his fingers massively, because it may not look like it, but fingers are quite a big focal point people look at. Well, I don't know if it is, but it's one of the things I look at. Luckily, he's got his thumb in the eye hole right now, in the other eye hole, so I've only got to paint one eye. There we go. do these pipes silver. Sorry, I'm not really showing this one. I'm just being very close to my face with this one. But it being a very small piece. I do have a camera mount on the way, so that should also, you know, if I ever do this again, all I have to do is just move my camera, and it'll help with the viewer's perspective. There we go. Okay. There we go. Nice. That's it for silver for now, so I'll put that back. So there's one reason why I'm not doing the weapons, because I want to do a different style with these things, right? So now that I've said that, I don't think I'm going to do brown. I mean black, I'll do brown next. So I've got my old Mornfang brown here. I'm going to see if it's still got any life left in it. It's like really bad. Do you have life left in you? Nah, it's fucked. Nah. It's fucked. The Mornfang brown's fucked. Bugger. Dropped one. So the thing about these paint pots I really don't like they've got really good paint, but I don't like them because they don't sit properly. Like here's my Wolf Bearer's Red. See, the lid does not sit properly because there's paint in the way. That's why I really like dropper bottles. I am trying to move away from GW paints, but it's just trying to move away from GW paints, but as you can see, yeah. Got quite a few. But also, the purples. Oh, I love their purples. And also here, Nagroth Knight. Love that purple. I've not found anything as good yet. Okay. So Mornfang Brown. I have a very little special trick of this, right? So I do one layer of it, and I put a layer of contrast over it. So I don't mind not filling this one down as well. Especially because I only put it on quite thinly. But also having base paints is quite... The thing is about... The reason I don't just use 100% contrast is because, well, sometimes you don't want it. Sometimes I don't want contrast. As you've seen, I use a mix of layer and bases. Sometimes I like to contrast over the base paint. Okay, that's a bit of his armour that needs doing. So this guy is more of just a warm-up really, because I've not done any painting in like 2 weeks now. The only painting I did was like a little bit of spear work, bit of work on one of my custodian's weapons, and then the testing out of some of these old paints. So not really a lot, like barely even 5 minutes worth, like 10 minutes worth of painting. So that's why I'm doing Hale, which is the exclusive miniature Warhammer world for custodians, over doing straight into Valdor. So I was thinking of using this gold I've used on him with Valdor, but I didn't want to, like say, jump straight into it, because I want to see how it comes out on a properly done model, you know, dry brushed and shaded and everything. Got a tiny bit of gold there. One thing as well, this brush tip keeps splitting a little bit, so it needs, I don't know why. I clean it properly and stuff like that. Yeah, last week I did actually go to Warhammer World. I had a trip. I met with a guy called a War Boss. He does his own streaming. He brought an orc army of orc stories. He did end up winning, but I'll give him this. He was point focused. I wasn't really doing it for points. I was just doing it to see. I was just testing out lions really. Because when I've been playing, I always tend to use Shield Host or Solar Spearhead, which is the one focused all about dreadnoughts. But Solar and Spearhead have kind of fallen off in just general gameplay. Like it's not fun to. They're just not. I can't speak. Solar Spearhead's fun to use because you get a bunch of dreadnoughts. So's Shield Host, because it's just you're just rolling so many dice on your melee. But one of the issues is you just don't have the utility you need. They just don't have your utility, and obviously losing game after game after game, it does get a bit grating. So that's why I tried out. I'm gonna be trying out Shield Host with him. What he ended up doing, he killed my bikes, which I was using for like expansions and scout moves. He killed my custodian guard I was using to claim the expansion objective. He didn't have any deep strike units, so I could have I had some witch seekers sit on the point on my home objective until he managed to get his buggies, come all the way around, which took him 3-4 turns. So that's fine. And then the thing is, I got the second. So he took out all my scoring units, but then my DPS was just kind of sat in the back line for a little bit. I misused him a little bit. I could have brought him in a turn earlier, but the second my DPS got involved, I killed his big orcs. I killed 4 buggies, 2 full squads of the tricycle squads, and his big it's like a big cart, like a big warg truck or something pulled by a squig. Don't know what it is, but I killed that, all within 2 turns. It's okay, I melee and I consolidate, cool, melee, consolidate. My Terminators killed a squad of his So while I had one squad of Terminators deep strike on his side of the board, they just got peppered, but one guy survived to score me points. Another guy, my other Terminator squad though, was at home because my Witch Seekers got killed, so I golden lighted them, and then deep striked them on my home objective to deny him taking them extra points. But it was a bit too late because by that point he already had the points. And if you're wondering, rapid ingressing wouldn't have helped because it was a secondary objective he got based on that. Just because he didn't have the actual movement, even with an advance, to get onto the my home point, but he could easily get into my deployment zone. So I deep strike. So I didn't rapid ingress him. I saved the CP. I deep striked him on my home objective. I shot, killed. He moved his things closer because he wanted to claim my. He moved his squads of 6 helicopters closer because he wanted to claim my home objective. But he didn't charge them. He just because he had a full range set up on them. So on my turn, I just ended up moving them in, taking them off my objective, and killed them. Then consolidated back onto the objective because it was actually pretty close. But by that point, it was just a bit too late. Oh, I'm not done with the brown yet. I've missed 2 parts out. That's fine, I'll go back to them in a second. Go back to them now, actually. I didn't think about this, but he's got his gloves, doesn't he? I've got to do. So it was an interesting game. I was just more focused on style and getting those memorable moments. Like he had a squad of 10 grots, and I just kept peppering them with a squad of with 3 Terminators, and my god, one of them just would not die. Like it just refused to die. Got killed in the end eventually, but flipping hell, it took 3 turns to kill it. There's that glove. Let's get this other hand's glove done quickly. You know, once you've got resins washed and then primed, you know, it's not too much of a difference from just working with plastic. You have to be a little bit careful though, because you still don't want to use plastic glue, and you still don't want to be too rough, because it is a tiny bit dearer. So I say it's a little bit dearer, it's a little bit more fragile compared to plastic, but when you put it in like bulk, like a big block of it, it's just a bit tougher, a lot heavier as well, a lot more denser, that's the word, denser. It's a lot more denser, but it's also a little bit more fragile on thin parts. Come on. Tiny bit of white there. There we go. Let's get round that. Let's get round that finger there. Come on, get round the thumb. There we go. Probably just a tiny little bit more. There we go. Cover up that white fully. You know, one of the things of having to work with base paint. Well, I say it like this, in small parts. Here we go. Just doing that glove there. Go back. So one of the things I like to do, I like to put a bit of this Garagak sewer on top of Mornfang Brown, and I'll show you the effect you end up with. It might work better if you thin it down a little bit with a bit of contrast medium. Probably would actually, but I just really like the effect that comes out when you do it without thinning it down. Obviously it uses that brown base you've done now, it comes out a tiny bit darker as well. Also, because when that Mornfang Brown's dried, if I've missed any parts and a tiny bit of white has popped through, putting the Garagak sewer on just kind of covers it up a little bit, because you don't really notice it. Oh, just gotta quickly fix that gold there, there we go. That proper clean, there we go. Well, here we go, I'll show you the effect that I get from it. So there you go, that's the effect you get from it. A nice dark, deep, rich brown. Here would be the best example, close. And here's just the normal brown one. So that's the normal brown. Here's with it, the contrast on top of it. When I first got into it, my sister was still at home. She was quite interested in the hobby, but she's tried it. It's not really for her. She does have some world eaters, and she does want to come home from her current, because she's got to live away from home for work. She's quite a fan of the world eaters, you know, the red and the bronze. And she did some really good paint jobs, but like I say, she's just kind of not into it anymore. But when she does come home, this time hopefully, she'll bring her world eaters with her. Might do a joint painting session with her then, or she'll just say nah and give the world eaters to me. But she still didn't want to give them up, so she didn't want to give the one she already painted to me. So I think there's still hope for her to. She does come home permanently. She might get back into it. just got to do their gloves. Do this one first. Thick, just dab a bit off. There we go, that's better. Nope, too much on that brush. And now I'll just I don't think I'm getting this guy done in time for my game, but especially the amount of detail and detail I want to put on him. Oh, hello there, Finn. Finn is under the desk. Why are you looking at me like that? You're the one laid under the desk I'm at, Finn. I just knocked him a little bit. He's like looking at me like, what do you think you're doing? He's like, I'm laying here, come on. Alright. So now that I've done the brown, I'm going to go back with a little bit of silver over some of the things, because, well, one reason why, he's already got silver armour. So, I mean gold, that's not silver armour, he's got gold armour. So why would I want to put more gold on him for detail work? But because this was using the base paint, if I make a mess I can just clean it up as long as I don't get the silver on the gold. Alright, a bit more on the underside here. There we go. What's next? You're next, aren't you? Tiny bit there. You may hear me just stop talking when I'm doing high detail work. That is just because I'm holding my breath, because it helps keep my hand steady. A bit of Aragaxu in that recess. That's not coloured properly, that. So one thing as well when I'm painting the models, I do try to think about you know, the line of sight you're going to have on it. You know, because you're not going to be seeing his feet, you know, like under the feet where he's glued to the base. That that means you're also not going to be looking like directly under his so these little tassels he's got, you're not going to be looking under them tassels. But I do like to try and make sure there's no white left on them, because, well, white is a very, very powerful colour alongside black. There you go. Okay, this is going to be hard. You know what? Maybe I need to load the brush up like a lot and just dab it really gently. Also be careful. I guess I don't want to fat finger a bunch of paint from the pot. Okay, I messed up on one of them there. My jacket's getting in the way. Take that off quickly. There's another reason to thin down paints. Makes them easier to come off the brush for stuff like this. Come on. Come off the brush, you. There you go. And how about up here? Do I still have enough left for this? Come on. Yes, I do. Okay, there's one of the dots really messed up really badly, which I need to fix quickly. But once I've fixed it, I will show you. Here we go. There you go. How is that? Lovely, isn't it, right? Hope so. It's little tassels. Time for one of his arms next. Oh, to give the silver a shake. So there's not too much on these guys. On their arms, it was literally just a little buckle. These sort of like little your emblems, which are essentially done with a dry brush with my sable. Can't spin it over. Where's the other buckle? There it is. There they are. So I see 2 buckles. There's 1. And then there's 2. Is that a 3rd? There is a 3rd actually. I felt like I was missing 1. Just get it covered up a bit, covered up by gold a bit. That's fine. Just put some silver on. It's not like you're going to be seeing it. There we go. Next arm. Paint on there. There's the first buckle. Yeah, one thing I've noticed about resin, the detail isn't as sharp as the plastic can be. However, it's kind of like looking at the difference between like a 1K and like a 2K sort of resolution picture, you know? You can definitely make out the detail, but it's not as sharp. It's still there. You can still make it out. There we go. Yeah. There's his hand. Yeah, load up the brush a little bit more than usual because I've got some little dots to do. There's 1. There's 2. And then there's 3. Again, here's 1. Here's 2. And here is 3. There we go. Amazing. Get the brush to clean and put the silver back. So, allow me to show you the arms. Yeah. Come on, focus, will you? Focus, please. If I can get a grip of it. Ooh. So, here is arm 1. It's got some buckles on the behind here. Maybe hard to see. Here's arm 2. Here is his helmet hand. And here's the one off part of the weapon. Because you know, now that it's dried a bit, here is his face again. If I just get it close enough to block the camera lens, will it focus then? No, it doesn't want to focus that close, does it? So far, making good progress. Making good progress so far. The next parts are going to be tricky, right? It gives me so I can do the purple next, or I can finish the head off. The head just needs a little bit of, let's see, lead belcher maybe? I think lead belcher. Finish the head off. Just need a little bit of lead belcher. Then I can forget about the head for a bit. So I'm not going to do his eyes. Ooh. E. I'm not going to do his eyes until he's glued onto the model. Don't have that sort of hand stability. I do have to get these pipes before I kind of put it on. So I've put the lead belcher on, like I am now, and then I go back over it with another bit of Gilliman flesh. That should, keyword should, cover up any little white bit to make it look like it's going into his cheeks and flesh and all that. Back of his head, there we go, back of his head. Okay. Tiny bit of detail on his other pipe here. Essentially, the way I'm doing this is just dry brushing. Essentially, just the way I'm doing this. But because I'm doing such a thin brush, I'm able to get into the little recesses as well, I guess. So I actually accidentally just rubbed off a bunch of the lead belcher from the other side. There we go, pop that back on. There we go. There's his face pipes. God, I'll hold my breath for that one. Oh boy. Next is everyone's favourite colour, purple. See, where's my mixing brush? There's my mixing brush. Do not have water in. I'd like to get some fresh water, but this unfortunately is the best I've got. Well, I say that. All I have to do is go to the tap. Oh no, I'm out of coffee. Right. I'm going to let the bottle model set for just sit for a few minutes just so it can fully set. So that way I'll have no issue holding it and it won't, you know, scratch any of the paint off. So, yeah, I've got a game tomorrow in the morning. One of the things I can do with this model, because his name's Hale, but he's not really an official model anywhere, like, or have a data slate. I could use him as Trajan, a Shield Captain, or Valerian, Valerian, something like that. Cool, I'm gonna put my jacket back on now, it's quite chilly where I am. It's been raining all day, it's been no sun. Doing a piracy ops, so if anyone's playing Star Citizen, watch out. The reasons I've been away for so long is, well, one, my computer got busted, so I had to fix that up. I got it fixed, I just not really reinstalled the software again, like until, well, now, today, where I've got a partial, I'm probably like, what, 70% set up. Actually I need to test this as well.
Hey, wake up!
Yeah, that works. Yeah, I've got a partial set up and it's fine, but on the other hand it's also a bit like finding the time to get it set up again. That's my old purple in it, that is the old purple. I can probably scrape a couple drops out of here. There we go, pop you there. Alright, that'll do. I can probably get another drop or two out of that purple, probably enough for Valdor. That'll have to be that. That's a bunch of paint there. Let's try 4 drops of water, see how well this thins it down. Come on, get it all in there. Mix it all through. Hello there, dog hair. Painting my nail. That should be fine. Actually, yeah, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. Right then, back you go, my lovely mixing brush. Thank you for your hard work. gonna try do the edge of this guy's cloak without 4. There we go. That should do it. I want to do the inside first before the coffee wears out. There we go. You know, if I was just do some, I don't know what people would prefer to see me streaming, you know, if you would prefer to see me streaming games or just relaxing streams like this doing some model painting. Especially because I don't have League anymore. Definitely, I've had the urge or two to play it, but it is just like, I know what's going to happen if I play it. I'll play it, I'll get addicted for like a flipping ages and I'll get really toxic again. Oh, I missed a bit of purple. I missed, not purple. I missed some brown on this guy. So on this guy, he's got his little flipping back pouches, doesn't he? I forgot that. With how his cloak drags along the floor, right, what would be pretty... I wonder if a bit of stone dust, you know, if I could... Maybe a blend of grey on this would work. I wonder. Yeah, maybe if I put a little bit of grey in the airbrush, blend it together. That might work very well, actually, you know. Make it look like it's got a little bit dirty from walking down, being dragged along his back. Come on. Just get in that recess there very carefully. There we go. Make sure we don't... Oh, I caught his boot a little bit. That's fine. That is fine. Okay. Might have made this a tad too thin for my liking, but it'll be fine. Second layer should smooth everything out. Yeah, I'm good. Definitely gonna need a bit of clean up work with this guy after I'm done. Purple. Oh, a bit way too much. Okay. Right, best thing to do at the moment, pop him there. No, it's not. I've completely missed a massive part of the cloak behind him, haven't I? You know, I keep hearing a squeak from this lo-fi and I looked over at Finn thinking, is that Finn? No, it's not Finn. Alright. Yeah, this gold's going to need to come out and get fixing. But yeah, here is my exact issue. So really, with one of the new things, so people are all going on about these paint markers, right? It's like, yeah, they're really good. However, what about parts like this where I've got these really tiny little like grooves and indents and stuff? You can't get the marker in that. In fact, you won't get the marker in that. Not about massive difficulty. This helmet is quite tricky actually. Again, I heard the birds and I had to look at my window like, what the hell is the sun? Is it bright already? No, it's still pitch black outside. Down there. Okay. So that's the purple, but that purple's gonna be like the longest thing to dry at the moment. I've made a couple boo-boos here and there, but they shouldn't be too hard to fix. And they're not, I don't think they're too noticeable. There's a little bit there at the panel. You're not going to see under here. Tiny bit there on his leg. That part's going to have to be fixed up, because you're going to see that. But yeah, like I said, at the moment it's literally just brush down. I need to wait for this to dry. It's probably, it did kind of occur to me to leave purple until last, because it will take the longest to dry. Because I do fit it down with a bit of water. And I've got a second layer to do. And I've got to shade it. And then highlight it. What I can do as well, see if I can't sort chat out. Because I do not have chat sorted out, do I? I am still here, do not fret. I am going nowhere. Come on, where is the chat? So there's no chat popping up there. I guess there's something we can do just while waiting. Properties. Okay, why do you not want to work? Text settings. That might have been the issue. Let's test this now. No, so why does that not want to come? It does want to come through. So why did it not just save that? So why did it not want to come through then? did that. So it comes through on my editor. Why does that not want to work? Why do you not want to pop up? Do you come through on this? Maybe if I... Do you work? So this comes through on my overlay, but it doesn't come through on my stream overlay. So save that now. Exit out of this. Copy URL. Properties. Okay. It does not want to pop up, does it? No. What do you mean game? There's no game. Why chat box not work? Oh, there it is! It does work. Then I move you down. So maybe not like that. Maybe if I down a bit more, save it. Ha! We have chat box working now. Okay. Chat box no. Chat box no. So if I shrink that down a little bit, I can pop you there. Yeah, make it a little bit bigger. There we go. That should do. Save that. We can close that. Perfect. Screen full one. Hello. Yep. And how about just chatting? And pop you there, and then just make this bigger. Perfect. Now we go back to you. We have chat working now. And I do wonder how loud. I'm very quiet. Maybe I could turn my mic down a bit. We can probably leave that for now. Might be something to look on my own side. Oh no, we've got an incoming ad break as well. Yeah, like I said, that purple's still going to take a hot minute to try. Like, I've still got another minute or two yet. You know, I could be doing the base, but I think before that, one of the things I'm going to do, I'm going to search up the Hale model and see what other people have done with his base, you know? That's a pretty cool one. Yeah, they've kept it just as quite just as normal stone, really. Okay, I've got an idea. So maybe I'll keep it quite a light grey. Have a drink. Finn's getting all nice and cozy in his bed. Let's see, do I have a light grey? I should have a light grey. Do I have a light grey? I do have a light grey. And it's ironically called Stonewall. So I'll do that. I kind of want it to drop darker. Where's my model black? There it is. We'll drop a black in. Fix the brush. One thing I could do with my mixing brush as well, because I don't need to be too careful about this at the moment, because it's just stone. I can just kind of slap it straight on. Just like that. You know, it might have been wise, right, if I did this in a dark grey first. Nah, I kind of like the light grey. I really do, actually. I do like the light grey on it, actually. I don't think contrast would have worked well on this. The way I'd usually do rocks, right, I usually use Astro Granite, no oil than dry brushing. It comes out quite nice. But because this is more like a moulded sort of one, I don't think that would have worked. It's filled with all these like cracks and chips as well, this, so I'm gonna have to think of a colour to do them on the inside. I might just do I wonder if, yeah, I think brown or green might work on these little inside, like these little cracks. You know? what I'm going to do here, I'm going to base it all in this grey. Right, so it's all coloured. I say coloured. So it's all one colour. And all I've got to do is do some detail work. So I found I'm going to do like all the little cracks and stuff, like go over all the cracks and stuff in actual contrast, okay? I'm probably thinking I'll do a brown. I wonder, yeah, if I might do brown on all these little cracks and such, make it look like then I wonder if I gloss varnish it, make it look like it's been polished stone, you know, maybe like polished granite or something. That's probably not, I'm probably not that skilled to make it look like granite, but you know, make it look like some sort of polished stone stairs just coming down. That's just been destroyed by the fight or whatever he's in. Then what I can do is put some glue on the bottom here on the floor. Make it look like it's coming off these stone stairs down onto like some sort of mud or gravel maybe. Yeah, I might just put like these gravel around, make it look like it's just been dirt blasted about everywhere. Could also help hide the maybe brush marks a little bit as well. Put that to the side there. Clearly I'm mixing in bulk base brush now. See how the purple's holding up. Oh, dog hair, get rid of that. Yeah, I might do the helmet first because it looks like it's set a bit better. Yeah, there we go. What would be pretty cool, right, is if GW did bring back, you know, like some more flavour for these guys, you know. Because as you can see, I'm doing my Custodies purple, which are the Quillen shields. They are, you know, say one of the Custodies or whatever they get, what they've got, you know, get a vision to protect this one person. They're super important. These are the guys that would go out and protect them. So it'd be pretty cool, right, if you got a very defensive based, you know, advanced sort of proactive sort of custody detachment that's, you know, similar to how, like, not like how Anvil works, Anvil Siege Force, but something along them lines where it's very defensive focused, where you get bonuses if you're, you know, for defending, or, you know, you're already in position for attack, you know. Oh, that's coming up like a beaut. That second layer, two coats always work on purple at least. That makes a nice solid middle base colour for shading, blending, highlighting. This is definitely a cave that will need shading. Oh, sorry, calmer cloak that needs shading. Then the highlight, I don't know how I'm going to highlight it, you know, I could edge highlight it. This is definitely a cave that would be better with a blending technique. There's just a lot of ridges, a lot of curves to it, a lot of divots. But I'm not that skilled. Oh, that cloak is looking beautiful! Edge here. Yeah, there's going to be a bit of cleaning needed, but that's fine. You know, I wonder what sort of shade I should use on this. Should I do a non-oil shade or a purple shade? Maybe a non-oil purple mix. You can tell this part's not being primed because, well, yeah, you just can't. So the part where it's going to get glued down, you can tell it's not being primed. The paint just does not stick. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Like a regal dress. Okay, let's give this brush a proper clean. Pop that in. There we go. That's that second layer of purple. Now a lot of this work is now just drying work. Actually, what we can do is while we're waiting is see how his head came out. So here's his pipes. His face. The camera's to focus that far. Oh, the camera can focus that far actually. Yeah, his head's teeny tiny. You know, I think I might start doing a little bit of painting on his dagger here. One of the things I like to do is just slap it with gold. Slap all of it with gold. There we go, slap door with gold. Boom. Next, you've got his weapon, right? His weapon's weird, so I can be very careful with it, be very methodical. I can put a layer of black on it, dry brush, and then to do details, which I think I might do that instead. Black detail, black dry brush and details. Especially while I'm waiting for everything else to dry. Yeah, while I'm waiting for everything else to dry, I can also do some of the rip from the Under Armour. It's not on that arm. That's sure. Yeah, that's also on this arm. Drop a black on. On his back. Oh no. Leg caught it. Go bend around this way, there we go. There's... How's the arm looking? That looks fine. There's no ribbing on here I need to do. So the black I need to do on here is actually there's little engines here. There's a little exhaust. Gotta be very careful here not to disturb the silver or the purple. There we go. And that's his ribbing done. His Under Armour. That's it. Yeah, there wasn't much Under Armour for him, was there? See, there's a tiny handle in here, right? Which, you know, they shouldn't have, which needs a gap, but I am not going to be able to do anything about that. One thing I'm not a fan of when doing resin is that, well, GW resin at least, there's all these little gaps which need to be cut out, and I am not good at doing that. Actually got to be careful because I want to keep the actual blade of his weapon white. One of the previous issues I had when I did my last weapons, I had everything glued together, and I just couldn't properly get to the weapon or the handle or anything like that. Okay, it's gonna be tricky. So at the moment, right, you gotta think this is all just base coating. This is just getting him to battle ready standard, you know. But it's also trying to lay the foundation for display level. So you know, all edge tile, you know, nicely shaded, nicely edge highlighted. No blending, don't get your hopes up. No non-metallic metal. No, maybe if I get, actually I don't think it matters if I get a bit of black on the blade because I'm going over it with Sortec green anyways. This black doesn't really bleed through that much either. What do I do? Do I make it red? No, I don't think I'll do the blade red, I'll do it blue. Perhaps an electric blue. I'll make Valdor's and Trajan Valoris' red though, you know, the leader of the Custodes. So I don't know if you noticed what I did with Trajan Valoris' weapon earlier. I actually made it like very red and very made it like a solar flare axe, which I thought was pretty cool. I think I'm gonna try reserve that right just for my Custode like leaders only, you know. I say leaders, sorry, warlord sort of characters only. You know, Valoris and Valdor. There's not really many other characters who can do that, so I might keep it, do that, keep it special. This kind of reminds me a bit like a song from Undertale. Don't know why. Just does. I think before I finish up stream, I will be. Yeah, I think before I finish up this, I should be able to get all the base coating done. don't think don't expect detail work like edge highlighting and crackling electric to be done. Yeah, actually, I could probably do that. Oh no, my headset's getting flat. Okay, my phone's on 70% as well. That needs plugging in before tomorrow. Where is it? There's the charger. There we go. Plug my phone in. I can leave that. Let's get a charging cable for my headset. Don't worry, friends, nothing's going on, I'm not going anywhere. There we go. That will do. Go. I do like this black. It's very, the Vallejo black is just so fun, so good to use. Best thing I can do is let that axe dry now fully and see where it ends up. Right, I need to wash this brush properly. Right, there's one thing I want to do. I'm going to grab another brush. Just to get the tip sorted this time. There we go. Give this a shake. This part is now going to be tricky. It's time for the eye. No. The eye, more like the lens really, isn't it? Because he doesn't have his, he's not wearing it. Fucking hell, really? There's a hair stuck in it. stuck in the way. There we go, that'll do for now. Right, let's try that again. Black paint. Lens. There we go. Black lens, perfect. Now I need to wait for that black lens to dry. I can go over it with a bit of purple. Then I can make a small gleam. Go back over there. Any purple fixtures? A few. Not many though, not too bad. Okay. Oh, fuck off. Oh shit. Oh, I've got to be a setup to delete that stuff, do I? There we go. We don't want that sort of stuff in here. It's all twitches these days. Watch bots. That's all it is. It wouldn't surprise me if someone like, what was his name, Pirate or something, he bought viewers. If you know what I'm doing now, there's these like little pipes in his little node pipes in his thing. Just going over them. A tiny bit of black. They're not as big as Valoris's when I did it, so I'm just trying to be careful going around it. There we go. It's one of his feet as well. Grab that one while I'm at it. And there's the one on his foot. He's got these two here. Oh wow. Right. I wonder actually, how well would this contrast or speed paint actually cover? If it covers the purple, I think I might. No, it does not cover it. Okay, now we have to go over with Retributor. Damn, I was hoping I could get away with that. Guess not. Grab you. Get you to a nice high point. Doesn't even want to focus, does it? You may ask why I'm not using the thin down stuff, because I want this stuff to go straight on without spreading. I don't want it to have capillary action. Quite a bit of work left on this guy, isn't there? A lot of the purple on his head's been taken off. I think that's just because of my hands. There we go. There's a lens done. Any other work on this guy's lenses, and I'd like him to be glued into the model. Getting to a point where I'm going to need to start gluing parts together, really. I think I can put his head on. I'm not going to shade his head. I don't want it getting everywhere. I'm going to move my camera at the worst second. Right. There's that. There we go, a bit of super glue. Oh, I think I put a bit too much on. One head, one. Ha 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 ha. There is its head. Where's that glue? There it is. Pop it. Oh, don't drop his arm. On this arm you go. On there, like that, you go. See, before edge highlighting, I kind of want to put all the parts together so I've got a much more stable thing to hold him on. And when he starts coming together, it also makes a couple of mistakes pop here and there, which then I can fix. Right, Violet. Let's see how all this works. Right, if this Drukhari Violet does not work on his cloak, what I'll do, I'll use. Yeah, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. I'm gonna use some non-oil on his cloak. Which is getting a bit low actually. Non-oil. It's starting to, yeah, it didn't have much pigment to begin with, so it must be at the end of its life, end of the bottle really. So I've got a purple and a dark. I wonder if the dark tone up there might work. Oh no! Oh shit! Why did I not see that? Oh, that's not good. Oh shit, that's not good. Some of the super glue got on the brush. You'll have to forgive me. I think at the moment the time calls for a quick brush clean. Also, that super glue on his arms to set. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to quickly go get some fresh water to clean the brush with. Please do forgive me, I will not be long. That'll be 2 seconds. And I am back. I apologise for the wait. Right. I'm gonna get a bit of fresh. I'm gonna get a bit of fresh cloth or towel because, well, that one had super glue on it, and I got that super glue in the brush because, of course, I did because I'm a moron. Cool. Some clean water, tiny bit tepid. Just push the punch up a little bit. Pull the light up. Fresh water, fresh clean. Cool. Let's get you in the brush soap. See if I can't do anything about this super glue on the brush. I don't think that's worked. Let's give it a proper full rinse, see what it looks like. That has not worked. Oh no. Oh fuck. I don't want to buy a new sable brush now. Come on, don't do this to me. I don't have the money for this new sable brush. This is gonna just, it's not even like, it's not like one or two bristles I can cut off either, it's like half the brush. Yeah, let's see. How well can the tip hold? Right, so we'll do that. Keep the wax on the tip. And we'll let that wax, well, the soap on the tip so it can set. Okay, that's put a bit of a wrench in my plans, hasn't it? Where's my other one? There they are. Okay, I'm gonna have to use my old sable brush. It's fine. I'm just not a fan of using it because it splits quite easily. Is this one right? Yeah, it's this one. That, and they came to me. This got sent to me damaged as well. These ones. So I'm not the biggest fan of using it. that's about, that one's pretty loud, isn't it? Lo-fi, maybe tone yourself down a little bit. As you can see, just putting the Sortec green on this. It's gonna need a lot more work on it. The weapon is nowhere near done. It's also a dog hair stuck to it. Flipping hell. Yeah, the weapon's like miles off from being done. What I can do though, just quickly dry brush it. Tiny bit of lead belcher, so get that lead belcher on the brush. Dry brush cloth, brush it off all the excess. Come on, all the excess comes off, there you go. And then that small dry brush immediately does work, doesn't it? There we go, then it also gets that ready for more detail work. It's a 0, clearly. This feels like a 1 that I'm using right now, but it's a size 0. My other brush the brush I was using just then was a size 0, but it's much finer, much deeper as well. Maybe I should have put that on first. That does not line up now. Actually, it does line up. Oh, bugger. Why does a bubble have to come out? Yeah, flipping bubble of flipping super glue came out, didn't it? Lovely. It's fucking gotten everywhere now. Right. I have to repaint all over that. Yeah, flipping bubble of super glue came out on that. There we go, small dry brush on them stairs. Just help bring them up a bit. I know you usually shade then dry brush, but I kind of want the stairs to look a little bit more grimier. Alright, that guy needs to sit there for a bit. The weapon's getting there drying. Grab this tiny one now. Well, there we go. Yeah, I picked up the brush. I'm thinking, wait, that's the wrong one. Welcome. How you doing? So, there's a couple things. So, heresy. So, if I'll quickly give me 2 ticks. So, I will grab one of my 40k style minis. Here we go. Here's one of my 40k style minis. Meanwhile, the heresy one I'm working on, I've tried to give them a bit of a richer, more darker gold. So if I try to put them side to side here, I still quite like the purple, but I'm trying to give them a bit of a richer gold. You see, but also Hale is a bit of a custody from heresy, 30k. Whereas, you know, yeah, so I was trying to give him a bit of a richer gold, but I'm also working on a character model. Like say if I grab my Valorous here, so if I grab my Valorous, might be hard to see under this light. Here's my Valorous. Compare him to here, you can see the massive, well I say massive, slight difference in the armour. Oh god. Pop him back there. But yeah, there's that. And like I say, he's just a heresy character. Summit Hale. And then I've also got Valdor to work on. So I've got him here. All washed. I just need to prime him. But at the moment, I probably won't do him till next stream. Just due to, well, me doing Hale this one. But how are you doing? Hope you're having a... What sort of armies do you do? So I do Imperial Fists and Custodies. If you can tell, I'm a big fan of Siege of Terror. Yeah, like so how about yourself, if you're still there? I got into Heresy, well I say I got into Heresy just recently, but I followed the lore for ages. One of my favourite parts was just how the Siege Terror, Dawn tearing down the palace, turning it into a fortress. I've currently got Heresy style Imperial Fists on the go as well. Oh. Why, thank you very much. Hello. Hey, thank you for the raid. Good evening. How you all doing? Oh god, I did not expect this at all. Turn that down a bit. How you all doing? I really appreciate the raid. It's quite a chill stream at the moment. Just painting some custodies up, doing some fine detail work on one of the on this little dagger. Here's what I've done so far. Get a better angle. That's what I've ended up doing so far. Still got a long way to go for him. Still got some highlights to do. Tiny bit of dry brushing. They've got his eyes to sort out. And his weapon is an eternity away from being done. But I hope you had a good stream as well. But welcome everyone. I am Aslan. I am a VTuber, but at the moment I only have one camera, and that one camera is set to my painting desk. What were you streaming before popping here? I do appreciate it. If there's any points you may notice, let me know, because while I'm in the middle of painting, see if I can't fix them up or improve parts. I'm always up for some criticism. So I've only been painting for a little less than a year now, so I need to got lots to improve on. You know, I can't wet blend or do non-metallic metals for the life of me. But what stream did you guys just come from? Was it another painting stream, a gaming stream, or something like that? Okay. Man, I hate doing these daggers. They're so tiny. Why so much work? It was a chatting stream. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. How come you came over to a miniature painting stream? Well, each to their own, I guess. Hope it was a nice chill stream. It's exactly what I've got going on here. In fact, actually, my computer's been broken for a little while, and I've only literally my first stream back in about a year, funny enough. So I thought I'd have a chill one and just paint a model, because, well, I've got 2 games tomorrow. Yes, I've got 2 40k games tomorrow. Oh, well, I say tomorrow, I've got one in about 6 hours, and then another one in about 14 hours. Okay, tiny bit there to fix. So at the moment, sorry. Fair enough. I used to be quite, in all honesty, before my computer broke, I used to do a lot of League of Legends. I used to get quite intense, quite heated. But ever since then, got into the miniature painting game. Trying and doing some more chill games, more single player stuff. So I used to be quite a heated. Things used to get quite heated in here. Okay then. But yeah, one thing about this model, I don't know if you can tell, but I had it in lots of pieces. I literally only just glued his arms on and his head on, just because they're just about done. However, the weapons are nowhere near done yet. Well. There's this guy. And then I am going to the gym a lot actually, so that helps. But just before you came here, right? Just before you raided, I made a big stupid mistake. So what I do, I usually put a little bit of super glue on here, then add the part into it. I'm actually just rub this brush here on the super glue. So it's a bit. If what I'm doing now doesn't fix it, I'm going to get a new brush, because that's going to be unusable. Sleepy fella. Yeah, for the most part. That is until I pick up a ball. He's going to be he'll be woofing at me all night long to play. But yeah, this guy's that I'm doing now is almost ready. Like almost ready for the basic tabletop. I've just got this weapon, and the base. The base, if I do this, it's got these little grooves in here. I'm going to do them with a bit of brown and shading. I'm going to do the same here, bit of brown, bit of shading. I think, I don't know what I'm going to do with these little stands here, like sort of supports. I'm going to gloss varnish the whole thing to make it look like polished stone with cracks in it. That's one way to clean it. So I usually keep my drinks on the behind the camera, so on another desk. Literally, yeah. Just right there. Just a bit out the way. Oh, nice. You paint as well. What armies do you paint? Because as you can see, I do. That's why I'm just waiting for this to dry, so I'm just don't mind chatting. As you see, I do Custodes. I have some Heresy Marines, like this guy here, and then some. Oh, let me grab one. Where are you? Here we go. And like some 40k Marines, which also are Imperial Fists. This guy's only battle ready. I want to make him display level ready, so he's got to have some shine on the gems, tiny bit of highlighting on the yellow, highlighting on the cloak. You know, you look at the back here, there's a bit of work needs doing here. This guy's just an example, one of my Marines. He's nowhere near done, but he's only just going to be battle ready more than anything else. Let's pop these two guys back. Oh, fair enough. To be fair, my most recent model that I've just completed before starting this one was this guy. This lovely little spider. I've called it Shelob 2.0. It's got a lovely sort of glow effect on it, which I quite like. If I pop the light off quickly. You can't really see it, but underneath, on the under part of it, in here's a ton of little spiders. Oh, I find it really funny. Yeah, I was quite inspired by old school Necrons for that, in all honesty. Like Necrons from flipping 2005, 2006 sort of time, because they're black and green. You know, I've got a lot of other models on the go right now, so I've got like so like this. I've got this sort of like big guy here. He's all in parts with his arms and such. Gets these massive shoulder pads. Got a lovely couple of some other characters on the go as well. But all I've got to do is paint him and then this guy, which are both going to be gold, and that's a full army done. Like, when I say full army, see if I can't get in that box there is 2,500 points of Custodes. I just need these two to finish it. Thank you, do appreciate that. Yeah, there's always lots to paint, lots to do. I mean, I've still got to finish this guy. He is probably my most advanced work yet, but he's nowhere near finished. Like, literally the only thing done is probably the cloak. The weapon's got a bunch of work on it. It just needs highlighting, really. Is that highlight? No, the weapon is isn't highlighted yet. he's got a bunch of work left on him. So he's got his face done. He needs his face, his banner, his weapon, his emblems. I love his little Jawa though. I spent about 10 hours alone just doing the Jawa. He's even got, I don't know if you can see him, but I gave him some green eyes as well. I had some fun with him. But yeah, he's got some. Like I say, he's probably one of my more advanced models. And all that's done on him is just his cloak, and that's probably about 30 hours worth of work on him. Meanwhile, others, like this guy here you see in front of me, I started him at the start of the stream. It's been 3 hours, and he's almost battle ready. Right. On that note, I need to quickly see if I think that it should be dry now for me to continue on. You know, I just had a guy in here asking, just before you read it, asking what's the difference between why is it heresy style? Well, if you're wondering, you got 30k and 40k. 30k is the Horus Heresy. And it's literally Space Marine versus Space Marine, essentially. And it's a lot more grim, a lot darker. And so what I've done, I've tried to make a richer, deeper gold on my things. So here's a 40k style guy. He is probably he's just battle ready, no extra details here and there. Oh, if I stop dropping him, and then you compare him to the other guy, you can kind of see his armor's his gold armor's a bit darker, slightly a bit richer. I want to try and make his cloak a little bit darker, but I lack the paint to do so for the most part. Like one of the most recent models for this army I've painted is this guy here. This weapon took me so long to do. He's not really done yet. Yeah, I've actually, so the thing is, behind every good model there's always a handful of failures, right? Like, if I grab you, potentially one of my first ever custodies, along with one of my experiment custodies. You know, here's one of my first ever custodies. His process was a bit different to some of the others. He's got the red cloak on. That's one of my first ever ones painted. But he doesn't have much detail, like his gems here, for example, just one solid colour. I had to go back, I kind of want them to have a chic gleam on them. And then here's like one of my test ones, and you can kind of see, you know, the massive difference straight away. Even compared to this guy. There's massive sort of it's just different techniques, different paints. You know, even the same type, even if they do the same sort of model, right? next to each other. Yeah, big difference. But like I say, he was more of a experimental test model sort of thing. This guy is a yeah. So this guy here, he was one of my most recent 40k, sorry not 40k, Ultramarines, Imperial Fist. Okay, he's a Heresy Marine, so 30k. They're our most recent ones. I really like him. I use him as a lieutenant in 40k. And he's also can be used in 30k. Can't really use him in official 40k games because he's not the right model, but I really like it. And I'll grab one of my earliest 40k Marines that I've done. Which one? I think you. It was you. Not the first ever Marine I painted, but one of the more first in the style. When I was still getting to grips to learn how to paint the models. This was a little bit over a year ago now. Oh, sorry, a little bit over a year ago. Nearly under a year. Yeah, there's just lots. You just learn a lot. Just get lots of practice. Like I said, I've got literally this guy to paint and another one. That's the full army done. Well, I've also got 2 games in the morning. Well, 2 games tomorrow. Yeah, I'm literally just waiting for stuff to dry right now. Just like the super glue on this guy. Some paint. The thing is, right, so a lot of those models you saw are plastic. This guy's made out of resin. There's not too much of a difference when you've not done the prep work. But there's one thing I've not done properly with this guy is his axe I'm working on now is a tiny bit bent. And I didn't get that fixed. It's gonna keep annoying me now that I've noticed it. But when it's on the model himself and on the base, it's gonna be kind of unrecognisable, you know. There we go. Yeah, as you can see, still a lot. What I'm doing now is just fine detail. You know, people look at you and go, "Oh wow, how do you do that?" However, it just takes time and a lot of bit of experimenting. Because if I grab the different golds I've used, right, you know, I've used this gold, this gold, this gold, you know, this gold here. It's just like learning what works for you and what doesn't. You know, like one of my mates does Emperor's Children. You know, so he does like a lot of pinks. I don't particularly work with pinks. So I see him and go, pretty cool, how have you done that? You know, he say, oh, he does this method and this method. I'm like, oh cool, that though, you know, so he uses base paints for example, and I'm like, oh, I don't do well with base paints. I use layers and contrasts. But it's also what's cool to you as well. Right. Look, I know you've read it, you're probably tired, you probably want to go. I'm just chatting your ear off. If you want to go, that's fine. You have a good rest of your night. I'm probably going to be at this for another hour yet. I really do appreciate your raid as well. Like I said, it's my computer's been busted for a little while. I've got it fixed up finally, and I've only just started. It's my first stream back in, like I say, nearly a year. Well, I say nearly a year. I think I streamed at the start of the year, so I'd have to say it's close to 6 months, 8 months now, somewhere between there. Last stream was in, yes, yeah, 8 months, because my last stream was in January. Yeah, so I know exactly what you mean. So I like to use, so literally with every model I do, I prime it white, because if I've missed a spot you can see it. But also I use contrast style paint, so stuff like this. Contrast will it's very thin, it's like a one coat done sort of thing. You put one coat on and you end up with a nice thing. So yeah, you put one coat on and that's all you need to base it, and it also makes a mid-tone for you. However, the ones I use, because I use quite bright contrasts, I don't get much of a mid-tone, so I've got to make it myself. But I like the base colour that comes out of them. So from there I put it on, I shade it, and I dry brush it with a bit of silver or a brighter gold, and that gives me the the colour I like. But on other hand, right, I do it, say for this, to have these legs end up like this white to end up like these legs, what I do is I shade the white and then I put the yellow on, and it makes it slightly a bit darker, because contrast actually depends on the colour underneath it you put it on top of, really. So if I put yellow on top of white, it's going to come out yellow, but if I put the yellow contrast on top of a pink base or pink primer, it's going to come out slightly more orange. So what you do, you prime your model pink, and then you xenophile it with white, and that makes a lovely shading effect. It's different methods of xenophiling as well. Like, I prefer using an airbrush to xenophile, but I'm not a fan of xenophiling in general unless I'm doing a sort of like a really expensive model or character type model, quite like this guy here. He's an exclusive character model you can only get from Warhammer World. So I'm being very careful with my effort. I'm not just slapping stuff on and calling it a day. No, I don't know if an ad's playing or not. I don't think there should be one. So usually, when I paint models, I've just got something in the background going on, you know, like a video or something. For a little while now, it's been South Park in the background, except for this stream with a bit of lo-fi on. All right. Okay, this is coming along fine.
Oh no!
Thank you for the follow-up. Hey, War Boss, it's flipping 5 AM. Go to bed. Go back to bed, War Boss. You don't need to be up at this early. Don't ask why I'm up this early, okay? This brush keeps splitting, it's annoying me. You know, I've made sure to take care of it properly. I've used tepid water, I've given it a clean with brush soap. Oh, quickly. Stop, not my computer. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, but before you go, what do you think so far? What I'm working on? I'm working on Hale. I've still got a bit to go before I'm done with him. His weapon is absolutely atrocious at the moment. I'm really not happy with how it's coming out. However, I'm going to keep pushing the painting because I know it kind of works the way I do it. But what also doesn't help is I've accidentally put super glue on my main size 0 brush. At the moment I'm having to use my size 00. It's not made for this sort of work, so the end keeps splitting. Even though, like I say, I've washed it in tepid water and a bit of brush soap. So I'm coming over now. Oh, sorry, I've not put that back, have I? It needs a lot of work done. I'm just getting in battle ready, then I'll end the stream. And then I think I might stream in a bit again. Probably not today, probably tomorrow. With me doing some edge highlighting and a bit of cracking electricity. But then I've also got Valdor here. He's all built, washed. I've washed him, scrubbed him and all that. You know, ready to be primed. His base is primed though. Oh. Yeah, his base is primed. But I want to magnetize his base as well. So I think if I stream tomorrow, I'm going to magnetize his base and do some edge highlighting on this guy. So I'm not a fan of how this guy's weapon's turning out at the moment. So I'm just gonna trust the process at the moment. You know, I've got a process, so I'm gonna trust it, but you go back to bed, you go back to sleep. I think next month I'm going to buy myself a new table brush. Depends, so that. Where's the handle? There's the handle. Yeah, flipping brush just keeps splitting. How lovely. Don't even know why. I've made sure to clean it properly. It doesn't even have any major damage. Get in there. Oh, we finished the lo-fi playlist. Oh no. Okay, let's close that. This brush keeps splitting, it's really annoying me. Don't think there's too many paint particles in there, so I might be able to get it cleaned. But there we go. Pop that on. There we go. Just give this brush a quick clean, it's not doing too hot. It's funny as well. Yeah, water's still a little bit below tepid, but it's still fine. I wonder if like one of the bristles in it has been all broken or something, causing, oh, it's got some paint stuck in it. Doesn't seem to be paint stuck in it. Put some fresh soap on it, give it a quick scrub. And again, it isn't really designed for the sort of, well, it is kind of designed for the work I'm doing, but not fully. Well, that'll do. Right, let's just leave this to the side for now. Slow shake. Go back to my other sable brush. Let's get its second layer on this blade. Wow. What the hell's wrong with this brush? It's just instantly splitting. Okay. No wonder I stopped using this brush, Jesus. Yeah, so these brushes came to be damaged as well. These ones that I'm in my hand now. And it's like, and I asked for a refund, they're like, no. Like, you sent me fucking damaged products. Yeah, moral of the story is I'm not going to flipping Jackson's Art Supplies, whatever it was called. Piece of shit. Don't even want to particularly continue paying through that one. I might have better luck using the size 1. Their size 1. I do. You know, using a size 1, got better flipping accuracy with it. I mean, not like how this weapon's turning out, you know, well, it's fine, but it's also just the case of that some of the parts of it, like some of the resin was being a bit tricky to work with when I was building the model. Yeah, so resin can be quite tricky to work with, but yeah, this one's been particularly tricky. I didn't have that issue when I was building the Nord, the tank, or Valdor. But this one was. It's fair, same for the Traz and the Infinite I've got. It's been very awkward. what to work with. This is a weird lo-fi tune, this one. So yeah, this stream will most likely get muted, you know, because Twitch does not like to recognise all non-copyright lo-fi's, well, non-copyright. But I don't particularly want to sit in silence. Da, da, da. Come on. Come on now. We can get there. There we go. Oh. Just got all the bolts and rivets to do now. Nah, this thing. Edge highlighting with that brush will not work. Oh, 1 second, sorry, I see your message. I'll be with you in just a tick. So I'll be with you in just a tick. Okay, yeah, that black's dried up. Alright. Nice chatting with you too. You enjoy your night. Or evening or day or whatever it is for you. Well, this size one I've got works a little bit better. Put that away for now. Where's this box? There's this box. Thank you very much, you too. And I appreciate your raid as well. There's the box. Let's see what. Ah, okay, so you had a full golden weapon. You know, it's still not too late for me to do that. Yeah, it's still not too late for me to go over it all with gold. Would be best off I take it and then I thin it down a little bit. Oh shit. Just put my finger in the right in the purple paint. You know what? Screw it. I think we'll do the weapon all gold. We'll just go back over it. There we go. 1. Drop 2. Now we'll see how 2 drops of water do with this. I think we're going to go over the entire blade weapon again with gold. I'm just not happy with the black. Not on this one. I already like that. I already like this more. I already like this solid gold more, in all honesty. Actually be careful of the blade, because I can't want the blade to stay that colour. Let's see if if this super glue I've actually got on this has not fucked the brush up entirely. Nah, I might have. Yeah, I think the super glue's fucked this brush. Shit. Ah, man. Might need to get a new one then. Oh god, this base is going to take a while. Oh no. Oh no, this base is going to take a while. I think it's definitely going to need a dry brush of grey when I've finished with it. Just to help blend that colour in a little bit. So what I'm doing now is just the base. It's been it's all cracking and crumbling. So I think what would be best to help make it work now is give it a say a small dry brush just to blend all this green together before all these cracks and crumbles are forming and such. That should do. Alright, yeah, there's a couple of things I've got to do on these guys. To finish them off, so one's the base. I could probably, you know, glue this dagger straight on, but I also kind of don't want to. But I like him without it, but he's got like these two random little spots where that dagger does go. So I'm going to have to put this little dagger on. Oh, God. God, that should do. It's flipping Windsor Newton as well, so it's not cheap. Yeah, I can't paint with this thing. Fuck's sake, man. And off to the side. Fucking shit pile you go. Off the shit pile of brushes you go. Turn it into a flipping fine, dry, detailed dry brush or something. Yeah, this weapon definitely needs a bit of shading on it, massively. Look, really? What? You're just playing a fucking drum beat with a goddamn... or spamming random riffs. No, I put a bit of woodwind in. I kinda want a heavy sort of shade on this thing. I don't think Reichland will do it. Right, so we're gonna do two things. We're gonna change this flipping playlist. It's been playing shit after shit after shit. This one was better. This one's better. Leave that hosey box. Okay, so I'm gonna want this Reichland. Go on a kind of want to do like a heavy shade on this thing. Okay, so we'll do a heavy shade, wait for it to dry, then we'll do a dry brush. Where is it? No. There you are. Then while waiting, quickly grab a marker. Right then, let's do some marker highlighting. There's that done. Oh, actually, that non-oil settled in kind of nicely. That's the last one I picked up, wasn't it? Right, let's see how this works. Maybe I dry brush it. Maybe I'll lightly dry brush it. You know, add a drop of maybe add a drop of Sortec green to that purple. That might work actually. Let's see if that works. Get a bit of Sortec green. There we go. Bit of light. Then we'll pop it in here. The mix. on. There it is. It's still wet. That won't do, it's nearly completely dry. Alright, we're almost there. Phew, flipping hell. But what did I? Oh, that's fine. I thought I caught his arm then. Just me. Alright, almost there. See, is that dry? That is dry. There's the earth. And there's my flipping PVA glue. Right, it's not gonna be the next. That's not gonna be the direct next step. That needs to wait a minute. This blade, this weapon should be now ready for a small dry brush. Just to make sure I check everything off properly. I don't want a big blob of silver. Or too much silver at that matter. Just not to catch some light. Can always go back over the weapon when it's glued on. There you go, that'll do. Okay then, time for the fun part. Okay, weapon, stay. Beautiful. Beautiful. That base needs a bit of work, that's fine. We can clean the base up after the glue's dried. You can go there. Let's start putting paints back for now. Boom. Nagroth Knight. Red Belcher. Non oil. No. That's the new one. That's the new one. That's the old one. You're missing something from there. Yeah, you. The gold. Gold can go there. You go there. You go up with the layers. You can stay down here for now. Look at that. Here we go. Let's get some proper light on this. Move this out the way. Oh God. Yeah, I've knocked his hand off. That'll do. So he's not done yet, he's still got a little bit of work left to do on him. Yeah, still got a bit of work left to do on him, but here we go. Here he is. Hey, thank you for the raid. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. I really appreciate it. I hope you've had a good stream. So having a quick drink. Perfect timing. As you can see, I have literally just finished this guy. Well, I say just finished, so I've still got a bit of work left on him. I've still got his eyes to do, I've still got a bit of detail work in the base to finish off. But still got a bit of work left on him. Yeah. I need his glue to dry. I need his glue to dry before I handle him anymore, because that hand is very unstable. Aye, some miniature painting. working on Ixion Hale. Still got a bit of work left to do on him, but this is what I've managed to do within the entirety of the stream so far. He started out like this, and I've turned him into this so far. And here is his box art essentially. Oh god, box art essentially. I've themed him very similar around it, but not exactly like it. And like I said, I've still got a little bit of work left to do on him. I've still got to do a little bit of dry brush on this black part here, on the inside there. I like how the capes come out. I might do a slight dry brush on that with a lighter colour. I've got to finish up the rest of the base, so I'm just going to have this put onto it. He's got to have his eyes done yet, which yeah, they're not. As you can tell, that's his face there. Camera does not want to focus. There you go, still got to do his eyes and his weapon. I've still got a bit of work left to do on his weapon. But yeah, he's almost done. No, I've only been doing. No, I'm not as good as some people. Not as good as some people. This guy is just a lot of effort. I've put a bit of effort into this guy. Some others not so much. Some other models not so much. If you know anything about Warhammer, you can tell he's a Forge World model. He's going to cost a lovely little bit of money. So I'll put a bit of effort into getting him done. I'm only getting him tabletop ready at the moment, but I do eventually want to make like some crackling electric on his axe. However, I don't think I'll do that tonight. I'll try and get his eyes done, and that 2 bits of dry brushing I said on the base, but I'm just waiting for the glue on his hand to dry because I've only just put it on. Well, so as you can see, so this guy I started at the start of the stream, so it's been nearly 5 hours and I'm not done with this guy yet. However, there's different exceptions, you see. If you give me 2 ticks. This guy, for example, took roughly the same amount of time. Well, sorry, I said this guy probably took roughly about 4 hours, 5 hours. But I've not highlighted him or anything. Whereas someone like this guy here took me an hour. And then there are stuff like, if you give me 2 ticks, I'm going to pop him back because my desk is pretty cluttered. Give me 2 ticks. Something like this, right, which is still in the works. I've yet to finish him off. I've probably only spent about anywhere from 10 to 20 hours on this guy here, and he's nowhere near done. The only thing fully done on him is the little Jawa and his cloak, and maybe his gun or 2. His gun. Yes, this guy only had like 20 hours put into him. He's nowhere near done. No, he's nowhere near done. But that's just quite a small. They're quite small models as well. Whereas I say 20 hours, right? Let me grab this one. Sorry. Oh god, he's got a lot of strikes on. So I grab this big guy here. He's very big. As you can see, he's a big guy. This guy took me about anywhere from 15 to 20 hours, but the amount of detail in him isn't as much as the smaller ones. So yeah. In fact, this is one of the biggest sort of the biggest dreadnought. Yeah, it's a type of model, dreadnoughts. Like, I'll grab a different type of knot, actually. There we go. Pop them side by side. As you can see, and compare them. Oh, why did I pick them up by the axe? Oh god, no. Oh no. That hand. I might need to take that hand off and shave some stuff down. Yeah. Comparison, you see. Like I said, I've taken 5 hours on him so far, nearly 6. He's had like 15, 20, but this size comparison. But he's got a lot more quality work in him than he does as well. Oh no, I need to fix. Yeah, so Forge World models are made out of something called resin, while this guy here would be plastic. The plastic is very fine cast, very like mold injected, so it goes together quite well. Resin doesn't. It is fine cast as well, so it's cast into a mold, but it's not as precise as the plastic. So sometimes you end up with bits that just don't fit together properly. So what? And unfortunately, super glue is what I've got to use to just shave. I don't want to do this to a painted model, but I've got to. So what I'm doing here, I'm just shaving off this little nub so I can get it on properly. I need to just quickly do that. You know, it was pitch black like 5 minutes ago. Now it's starting to get a little bit brighter. Ain't that something? Yeah, but maybe before I even attempt to put the glue on, let's see how well this fits. Okay, that fits together so much better actually. Okay, yeah. There we go. Pop you on like that. So I'll read your message in a second. See, my phone's flat, so I can't really have it to read chat. My painting desk is on the other side of the room. Come on. Okay, you stay. Good hand. Good hand, you stay. Stay, good hand. There we go, sorry. There we go. Yeah, so obviously the model really depends on the effort you put into it, and along also other stuff really, like another model I've put into about a similar amount of level of effort into is this guy here. And he took me probably about 3 times as long, but back then I wasn't as experienced, you see. So here we go, here's the model. He probably took me about 15-18 hours. But now I've managed to do pretty much somewhat on the same, roughly same level, but tiny bit better in about 6 hours. And the cape, oh, look, I'm loving the cloak. I mean, you probably can't see it through the camera or the light, but what I've done, he's got very subtle shading on his cloak and very subtle highlights on the raise points, right, of his cloak. While this guy doesn't. Well, if anything, this guy is the father of this guy because, well, he is from a time period in the law, in the year 30,000, whereas he's in the year 40,000. They're not genetically related or anything. One of the things I want to do with his weapon, right? So this guy's blue axe. One of the things I want to do with it is something like this. Focus, please. Like something like that on his blue axe. Yes, that was done by me, by hand. I was tempted to do something like this. You know, make it like a solar flare sort of looking style. But I'm saving that sort of style for the main leaders of the armies. So it's going to be on this weapon, that solar flare style next. Also goes with goes on this guy, like so. Well, yeah, it does take time and a lot of patience. Like, if you compare one of my earliest attempts, right, to what it is now. So here's one of my earlier attempts. Okay. So on an axe. Then you look at it now. This guy was probably done. When was it? February? It's like this. I probably did this guy about 7-8 months ago now. Him, I did him this electrical and his weapon 2 weeks ago now. So I did this guy's weapon like 2 weeks ago now, a week ago. I did him about 2 months ago, and literally him during the stream. He's nowhere near done yet though, like I said. Put them away. Alright, put them away for now. But yeah. Yeah, there's lots of bits going. Like, see, while you go, oh, them models look really cool, they look amazing, how'd you do that if your entire army looks like that? No, probably one of your models looks like that, but for every one amazing model you get, you've probably got about another 5 failures. I mean, like, look at this guy. He was, same guy as before. Yeah, his goal, he's just way off, I don't like him at all. I could probably fix him. Do I have the patience to? No. You know, I pick up and I'll go back to some of my older guys, you know, some of my first ever models painted. But yeah, anyways, I hope you had a good stream. Literally, I've just got to sit here for the next 5-10 like literally next 10 minutes while this guy's hand dries. See, his base, like I said, I need to put this on, but I can't do that until it dries. But the last model I painted before him, actually, you might enjoy this one, is a spider. Big spider. I love my big spider. I've really had fun painting this spider. If I turn the light off quickly. My first attempt at like a proper glow effect as well. Sorry, my second attempt, sorry. Have I wonder. Yeah. Can't really see it, but it does glow in the UV light. And then because I know what snow's like, right, as well, I've made the ground, you know, a little bit grittier around this little ice puddle in the middle. No, not better. Do you know something amazing as well? Something absolutely amazing I love about this guy. So, in its butt, okay, do I can get you a good angle? So, there you go. In its butt, you can see many little baby spiders. You see all the little baby spiders in its butt. And I've painted each and every single one of them. So it's got like 20-ish little spiders in its butt. And I found that hilarious. I kind of want to get another two of them just to paint, but I've got lots of other models before I do that. You know, I've got this guy to do first, and then you know this guy, and then this. If you're wondering what that big block this is, it's just a display base for this guy. So he'll stand up here. So a lot of models to paint. Give or take a few on them spiders, yeah, but it's got a lot of little spiders in its butt. Weren't hard to paint, but it was a really fun little model. Right. Right, that should be good enough. So, I need to back you up a little bit. Back this light up a bit. If you wonder what I'm doing with this little tub, it's just so I don't get stuff everywhere. Where's my brush gone? Oh, there it is. Hiding. My brush is hiding. So if you're wondering what you do with this, right, you literally just put a PVA, drop a PVA glue on, and then I'm gonna spread it about with this brush. Come on. This is a very old style, but I like to do a modern basing with a mix of old school basing, you see. So a lot of people just used to, you know, glue and then a bit of rocks like I'm doing now. But I like to base it modernly, which is using texture pastes and rocks and all that, and then put a bit of this on. So pop you in there, get the little dirt, sprinkle the dirt on. There we go. lid is sprinkle the dirt on, clean this up quickly. So what were you streaming then before hopping over here, if you don't mind me asking? Game. Oh, oops, just chilling. I don't know. There we go. Just put them. There we go. That's his base. I really like this way of modern basing because the way I do it because yeah. So I do the base like normal, paint it all up, put like a texture paste on, then I put the dirt on. But then what it also does, because I use quite fine dirt, adds like this little grit, you know. So say the cape right now doesn't look clean, which it shouldn't. I mean, you're dragging the cape across down these stairs. You know, you're in a battlefield. Stuff isn't gonna stay clean. But yeah, that's him. Almost done. You know, like I've got another model. So if I say grab this guy here, he's got little rocks and stuff on his base. Actual rocks. You know, I just grabbed some from the park and just baked it off, sorted. But what it also does, right, it adds like a small little, like a rock dust, stone dust on his actual feet, which sticks. It makes it look like, you know, doesn't make it look clean. Actually, I had fun, a lot of fun painting this guy. Yeah. Nearly just launched that everywhere. I've got bases as well. Oh, okay. I've just kind of thrown stuff all over the floor. So I'm just going to pick it up quickly. Yeah, my desk is a bit cluttered at the moment. You know, I've got like sprues for models and model bits everywhere. Yeah, it's just a bit cluttered. And you know the funny thing is, well, so I've spent my entire night instead of sleeping painting this guy up. Why? No reason. He can't even be used in the tabletop game because he doesn't have rules, which I find hilarious. So I can't even use him in the tabletop game because he doesn't have rules. So why'd I paint him? Because I just did. Well, you can, but officially you can't. So when you have a model, it comes with a data set, like a data card. That data card gives them, you know, their stats, their abilities, you know, their attacks and stuff. He does not have one. He used to have one back in 8th edition. But it got removed in 9th edition, and it's not come back for 10th edition, which we're in now. So I'm hoping they add him back in 11th, which is some point next year. But yeah, he can't be used at all in the game. I mean, but you see how he's got a base on him as well, right? It's a 40mm base. If something matches the size, like this one does, as you see, you can have him work as like a stand-in, you know, like a proxy. Go, oh, instead of using him as a captain, I want to use him as a leader, like as like I don't know, commander or something else. But because their base sizes match. The casual games, yeah, but I can't use them in like an official tournament sort of sense. If it's going to be a tournament, you've got to show up with the correct models, There's a couple leeways at tournaments as well. So like, say he's got an axe equipped, right? I want to use him with a spear instead. For all intents and purposes, I can say his stat line is a spear. So say like a spear's got 7 attacks with that hits at like 10 strength or something, whereas the axe only has 5 attacks but hits at strength 12, like or something. But no, that's not sure what I mean. But when you hit something, it hits with like a different strength. Yeah, as long as I declare that at a tournament, that's all fine. But I can't actually use them in the game because it doesn't actually have a rule set. So yeah, I don't know how I feel about the weapon as well. I went with a gold weapon instead this time around. I don't know how I feel about it. Alright. Now, I'm going to get quiet for a second just because I'm going to do his eyes. Okay, and his eyes are tiny. And once I've done his irises, his white of his eyes, I need to let that fully dry. Okay. There, right. God, that's the tiniest amount. That's the smallest eyes I've ever had to try to do. Okay. It is tricky. It is tricky because it's so small. It does not help. I've actually tapped his nose a little bit of that white. Let's just fix that up. There we go. Fix that up. Yeah, it's some of the smallest eyes I've ever done. However, it's just please focus. There you go. And here is the tip of my and here's the tip of my brush to try to do it with. Yeah, it's a delicate work. And yeah, they say the size of my finger. That's his head. I don't even know what I can compare it to. Oh, I do. Yeah. This is 32 millimeters. So his head's like flipping five, it's like 5 millimeters or something. It is tricky, but it is doable. I have done it before. But the next tricky part is what you'll see in just a second, which I'm going to try to do now. This is the hard part. This is going to be the hard part. This. Doing the crackling electricity again on his weapon. Nah, fucked it. I messed it up. I messed it up. Yeah, I've messed it up. Messed that up. And this is why I have a fix for that. It's called going back over it. Yeah, I'm a little bit too tired to try do that such fine line work. However, it is doable. I have done it before. It's anything more than like a bit of a broad, anything more than like a bit of a tiny dot or a bit out. if you want me to do a fine line, it's a little bit out of my league at the moment. Just my eyes aren't really there for focusing on such a fine, tight, small line. Unfortunately, at this point in time, that's the sort of stuff this model needs to fully finish it off. You know, sort of like highlights and it's for highlighting and other stuff like it. My eye is just not there. However, a dry brush would be completely fine. That's the big one. I don't need the big one. I need the small one. There it is. Plus, what doesn't help is that the fine brush I could use for that sort of stuff I accidentally rubbed in a bit of super glue earlier. And if you don't know what that means the brush is fucked. I need to get a fresh brush. Well, I say a fresh one. I need to buy a replacement now. They're not cheap. Okay, clean that properly. Yeah, I'd have to buy a replacement brush for the one I actually dipped in super glue. So that's one of my finer ones. Okay then, almost there. Then just a little bit on that. On that. Tiny bit on that. There we go. You might not be able to tell, right? So yes and no. It still might be salvageable. We'll see. But you guys, I don't know if you can tell that, but I've put a small dry brush on the cape. I don't know if it's visible through the camera. You know, with its with the ups and downs on it. And ideally I don't want to be having a brush for super glue because, well, you know, it's about super glue. I've got a brush for PVA and texture paste, not so much super glue. Oh god. Right, and what I'm going to do quickly, right, got just one more thing to do, right? And I'm going to end up stream here actually. So what I'm going to do is give this model a rim job. The best part of painting a model is when you give it the rim job. Yes, I have made many people there ask me to double take that. Job, yeah. Right then, cool. I want that. I'm gonna need the black. Give the black a good shake. The black goes in the palette. Dup. I'll have to do a tiny bit of repairs here and now in this model. Some of the paint wasn't... Because when you're handling the model a lot, right, the paint isn't really fully cured yet. So some of it just scrapes off a little bit. But also, there's still tiny amounts of detail work left to be done, which I forgot about entirely. He's got some pouches on his back. So he's got pouches on his back I need to get sorted. His pupils. He's got his white eyes at least. So pouches on the back, his white pupils, and then finishing up his axe is roughly what I need. And there'll be some highlighting. And also fixing that hand, because that hand's got a bit messy. Because it's a type of soup glue that turns into like a resin and it's like makes this white flipping patch. But I'll do it later. There we go. Here is our old man. The closest thing you can get to being a veteran in the flipping custodies. Alright. Let's go grab me phone. My phone is charged. It's nearly 7 AM. The sun's coming up. I think I'll go for a Mackey's breakfast. I'm going to end stream, take a couple photos, and we'll go for a Mackey's breakfast. How's that sound? So, put that there. I don't have a proper photo booth. There we go. Okay, let's go set up my computer for a second. Turn you to you. And then you can come back around to here. Yeah. My slate is getting in the way. Slate, move. Yeah, the camera likes to mess up a little bit. Unfortunately, as you can tell. I know why. Oh no, we don't want that now, do we? We don't want to be seeing my face. Come on, VTube Studio. Okay, I don't know what's going on here, but I'll just close it down. Well, I'm gonna end the stream here. What? Just about 5 hours, we'll say, 5.5 hours, just to get this guy most tabletop ready, battle ready. Obviously, there's a bit of frivolous details in there, but yeah, is what it is. One minute. Profile door. There's a there's a lot to do really, and I don't know what's with VTube Studio at the moment. It's being stupid. But I do appreciate it hopping in. Oh no, man, I'm back. So it was mainly me testing out a new type of gold really as well, while doing a bit of a decent model. Alright, camera. I think the camera's a bit bastard. Yeah. Get rid of that one, so it's not. I've only got the one camera, but it just doesn't want to work for some reason. Hey, there we go. Oh god, the eye. Oh god, the eyes, I need to. The eyes are all over the place. And the camera does not want to sit straight, does it? Sorry, I'm just letting myself kind of just zone out and get distracted really. Maybe that have to do, won't it? But yeah, hope you enjoyed just chilling out a little bit, seeing how I like to paint models anyways. I've still got many more models to paint. This is my first stream after a couple of months because my computer being broken and me not having my setup sorted. So yeah, next stream we're doing some let's see, we could do some more character models, or maybe some bulk. So we can do some more character models or some more like bulk painting. It just depends. Alright, I am going to get going. Bye bye.